US weekly crude oil inventories rose in the latest week to the highest since June of 2024, according to the EIA.
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Hope everyone is doing great, guys. SW Blaze, Andy, Cube Gift, my three first day subscribers, all in the chat together. Sammy, obviously, busy with his life, job, joins little late, but first four subscriber, guys. 3.5 years ago, when I started the YouTube
Fitch
channel.
Rating says extended Middle East conflict could pressure LATAM bank credit.
Cube Gift, SW Blaze, Sammy, my wife, and myself. These were the first 5 subscribers of the channel. They are still there every day to support. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Rob the Scalper, Naveen, Naresh, Ikram, Saidu, Ron, Bridget, Abhay, Dan, NSIB, Gaurav. Welcome all, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So yeah, we can see right on our screen we traded shorts in the open all the way this first leg down. We were short. We waited for this chop and small dead cat bounce to happen. In fact, we were long here. We exited at our level. That level got retested and we expected to reject, but we didn't go for that second leg down because it was a risk, right? What if that there is no second leg down? And there were a lot of news coming out at that time, and this news could have done this what is happening right now right over here. But generally we know, right, market moves in the two legs. This was first leg. Very likely that we retest and reject our level there. 408 was the number and we came right back down. 408 is the gap fill, guys. That is where the market fills the gap. So gap fill, daily gap fill done, and again negative. Briefly, good news came, we were long. More good news came, more good news came, and now we are chopping. We took one shot here, and I'm trying to avoid this area as I already traded this. Fully capable of going all the way back down, and fully capable of ripping back into a new highs. Nasdaq is leading this, that's why a little bit careful here. ES is behind. ES has rejection. ES has overhead resistance. S. Wang, good morning and welcome. Nice push. That close yesterday, yeah. It's crazy, yeah. It was a huge move on the upside into end of the day or right around the end of the day. Yeah, risk is here on the downside actually. It is showing strength. So if we fall for it, we go long, it is going to trap those long and fully rotate all the way back down into the new lows. So yeah, staying patient here. If you're long, you can trail this. So Nasdaq is not that weak right now to short. Nasdaq has strength. For short to work, you need big money to participate on the downside, and they don't make it that easy unless they do a rug pull on you, unless they have your stop losses to run through, unless they have convinced you it is going up, let's all go long, and then drop some breaking news. So, they are not going to execute the short that easily. That's why I'm staying patient. When the short plays out, we all know it, right? It is happening. So we're just chilling, relaxed here. We had some good trades already. Not willing to participate in this, whatever they are trying to do here. Clarity is what I'm looking for. And it is okay. It is okay to miss out on few moves. As you can see, right, I have already traded once in this range. It was a short trade. I got all these 2 or 3 candles red. So avoiding this area for now. Can't you go short again for the VWAP? Nasdaq is strong, right? It is then assuming, right? Assuming, like here also we assumed, right? It will, like it was a strong move. We assumed like it's not going to go further. Assume in the sense like we had obviously our levels. We assume that our levels are going to reject. But yeah, I cannot put that assumption, as the day progresses, because market can be stubborn with the lower, as the volume keeps dropping after the first 1.5 hour of the open. You have to be a little bit more cautious. If it is showing strength, I am going to respect it for now. If the strength is gone, market looks weaker, especially on the Nasdaq, I am ready to short. Right now, watching. ES has a resistance. ES trying to clear its resistance. So if ES clears that resistance, we might have more upside. SPY has a resistance. If they clear their resistances, there is some upside, more upside in this market. Nasdaq can, especially above that 535 area, can look really dangerous. Yeah, obviously we have targets. Yes, we had target on the downside. That's why we were short all the way from this high into this low. Upside 535 breaks, I can tell you, right? It has another 100 plus point move on the upside. That's why it is dangerous zone here to do anything. because if you are trapped short and if they break above 535, there is a 100+ point move on the upside. For short, I need weakness. I need evidence of weakness. And the way they are doing it these days is using news. They are using news as the weapon, and already known news. They just pump it as a breaking news, like troops on the ground, military command 12, approving 3,000 troops on the ground, and the very next, after 5 minutes that flush is done, they say Iran discussions are in progress. Woodcroft saying they are going to meet this Saturday, this Friday, 5 days ceasefire, 1 month ceasefire. So they are playing that kind of a game these days. NQ has reversed at the most bearish and most bullish moments. I cannot remember a time when I have seen such a wild move. Small size today for me. Good choice. I don't get how the algos are reacting so fast to the news. We get the news late. Rob the scalper. Yesterday we specifically noticed because there were bunch of news, one after another, and every time we were seeing the candles already, let's say bearish news, we obviously were in the long. Like here, right now market looks strong. Somehow you try to buy, you are in the long. You see a red candle, which is okay. It is coming just to the bottom end of the range. You add one more, and you see one more red candle. Then we think view up. Then we realize, oh no, wait, there is a news. There is a news related to war. But the 2 red candles are already against you. You can't do anything, and then you cut the loss. You somehow believe that news. You try to short it, like Robert just mentioned. At most bearish moment, you will get a reversal, because again market reverses, and after the green candle is printed, there is a news that Iran has agreed to a discussion. Iran fucking is aware of nothing. What they are talking, what news they are making out of Iran. Iran has no knowledge, no internet in Iran, anyways. And anyhow, when they come to know about this news or tweet, they say they deny it. There is no discussion. We are not aware of it. This is all like drama in the US news media and the US big money. Somebody I think made hundreds of millions of dollars, or 1.5 billion. On that morning tweet, 15 minutes before Trump tweeted, there was a position. At least it was in the news. Somebody made $1.5 billion. Financial Juice membership 10 seconds. I am paid member of Financial Juice, and still that news we see at least is delayed. Yeah, there's a lot being circulated. There's many big monies making huge bet, and the news cycles are like helping them more. Yeah, even the paid news, we notice that at least the candle or the algos have couple of seconds advantage, 3-4 second, 5 second advantage, which makes a big difference. One red candle, you are in a trade. Like here, I punch along here, we get one red candle, as I mentioned, right? We think like it's okay. We knew it is a range here. Up to this point, we are still going to be positive structure. So we assume it waits, we add, and then there's a big red candle, and all of a sudden you have a big loss. You cut the loss, and you see now it is broken the view up. Let's get short, retest. You short, and then immediately rips back up and starts squeezing you, because there is a positive news now. And especially in a zone like this is where all the negative news comes, right? From Axios, from Wall Street Journal, because they are eating the liquidity stop losses one way, right, without any pause. This is where all the negative news are being pumped, and they arrive to us 5-10 seconds late. It's all drama. Very highly manipulated market because of the news especially, and all the news are fucking fake news. All this information is already available in public domain for last 2-3 weeks. Iran rejecting any ceasefire, Iran rejecting this, that, and whatever. The discussions are happening, all fake. Troops on the ground, yeah, it's been in news for last 3 weeks now. They will need to send troops on the ground to conquer more. 5 days ceasefire is just to prepare more so that they can bomb them more. There is a overwhelm, defense, system which needs, whatever, like. refueling, resizing, refurbishing, reshelving. It's all drama, and this is all going to fall apart, and we are again going to flush down at some point, unless there is a huge capitulation and huge fear. We haven't felt the fear, to be honest. This market has not felt the real fear. There was capitulation. We checked the daily also, but yeah, it is a very gradual capitulation. Generally, during the big news event, there has to be a surprise capitulation. That has not happened. This Sunday night was a great, it was looking really bearish. Monday morning could have been really bad, but that tweet saved the market. So where is the oil right now as we speak? 86 level, down 3.8%. Nasdaq still holding well. Tech is strong. Be patient. Is it double top? We can scalp short here, but risky, right? The moment we break 530 here, it is going to be 100 plus point move. That's why I'm little bit not very eager to short here. It's not confirmed that it's a double top rejection, right? Morning we had a nice short here, right? We had a nice short. It is still in that zone, right, where it is consolidating, and moment it breaks, it is a 150 point move on the upside at least. So just being patient here. If it is not confirmed yet, yes, for sure doesn't look like wants to make a new session highs. Yes, wants. Yeah, Nasdaq may make a new session highs, guys. Nasdaq is strong right now. That's why holding back my hands not to short. Why don't you go long? Long is very risky, man. Very risky. 200-point risky. And probably more. They pump the negative news, and they are going to pump the negative news, especially here in this kind of a zone. Guy from financial juice is going to very fast manner, loud voice, try to read out that news. Iran has denied this, Iran is going to attack more, Iran is going to do this. Longs are also dangerous. You always say we miss the hit. Yeah, here the breakouts are risky, right? You miss, they are simply going to rotate all the way back into this VWAP and then some. My market spiked up 4:30 p.m. yesterday. There is this news, Muhammad. Every 1 hour, 30 minutes there is a news. US side they try to say, something, and Iran denies what they are saying. So plus and minus in 30 minute, 15 minute or 1 hour time apart. Yesterday afternoon was crazy. Every 15 minutes the news was changing. So it's all headlines, fake, some of them, and these are the two big names which have come in my blacklist. Wall Street Journal and Axios, fucking huge manipulators. Yes, problem. Nasdaq might still try to get a bounce. Yes, is looking in the trouble. It is a range. Yeah, sure. Everything is a range.
UN Secretary General Guterres says a number of initiatives for dialogue and peace are underway and must succeed. About the Iran conflict.
News are back. The moment we have a few handles dropped, news are back. News guys are back. आ गया. Yeah, I told you, right? It's going to come. Especially if it gets here in this zone, more news will come on top of their lungs. Axios, Wall Street Journal reported this. They already have that news. They time it. They keep the button. Hey, guy, go ahead. Press that negative news button. Waiting for the news guy to come up here in this kind of a zone. Hello candle. How do you like that shot? How do you like the timing of the shot? Answer is there. New paradigm members in the SPY chart. Somewhat there in your master's chart for ES. Everything there in the Nasdaq master's chart. Pawan, after a long time, the payment worked. You are a master again, one more time. Thank you so much. Appreciate.
Insurance executives surveyed by Goldman Sachs see US recession in the next 3 years.
So yeah, masters, you got this one. This was all because of masters charts, trade, big winner.
So, Zurich insurance executives are expecting US recession to happen in the next 3 years, but they're still keen on private markets and seek to increase their bets on the assets in the coming year.
Oh, the news guy came, right? I predicted the timing of the news guy right
More
over
than
here,
half
right?
of the insurers surveyed by Goldman Sachs predicted a recession up from 46%.
Recession,
They cited an economic
everything goes to
slowdown,
waste,
geopolitical
garbage.
tensions as the two issues that pose the
All
greatest
negative news,
macroeconomic
yield is
threats to their
rising, someone is
portfolios,
dying
followed by
somewhere.
credit and equity market valuations.
And the recession will be gone, once they have grabbed the liquidity, all the concerns, Iran will be back to the trading table. Once the liquidity is gone, Iran has confirmed that they are going to talk, they are going to open the Strait of Hormuz. Fucking. I'm telling you guys, you thought third world countries are bad. The first world countries are also really bad. They are bad in a sophisticated manner.
S&P 500 index pairing gains to 0.5%. It had been up as much as 1.2%.
Yeah, and someone was not happy with that. They had to push the negative button. There you go, Sammy in the chat. Sammy, we missed you. I gave you a shout out right at the open, 10:30. Maybe you can check. Guys, day one subscriber, guys. Very first member to send me an email. Day one subscriber, 3.5 years ago. Sammy, Andy, Blaze, Cube Gift, all 4 in the chat right now. My wife is working, but she's still there. Here supporting me every day, just alongside you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support, guys. I want to be brave like RDGD when I'm grown up. Okay, that was the error you were getting from Google. Okay, anyway, finally it went through. You're a member again. You should have access to all the levels. Guys, this is all in our chart, guys. Just open masters, check your charts on ES, Nasdaq especially. Everything is point to point. New paradigm member, just watch your cues right now.
Trump says that it may call up the National Guard to help airports.
Time to somehow save this market with some news now. Tuesday momentum is strong, Graham. So I wouldn't bet here. I think easier thing to do is let it pop. Even if it holds, let it pop and then short. And depends, right? What kind of pop they are going to do. Is it going to be a breakaway pop which goes in, makes a new session highs? Is it a trap for the shorts? We'll have to see. But in long, I don't trust the long here. 300 level, yeah, I mean actually is now shifted up. 300 is now 320 today. So yeah, can happen. That's why I'm saying, right, long is very risky here. Next news, please. Let's predict the next news. We just heard Trump is talking. All he needs to say is we are having fantastic conversations with Iran. I think we are going to get a great deal. They are offered us so much that we cannot say what they have offered. It's related to oil and Hormuz.
According to Press TV, Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant struck again. It's seeing a little bit of downside movement on the S&P 500.
Yeah, there's the news. In this zone, I had told you, right, news is going to come.
Again, Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant struck again.
Yeah, in this area.
Dixie seeing a tiny bit of movement towards the upside.
I told you, right, news is coming. This is the spot they will release all the news. The news guy will shot on top of their lungs. This is the same spot. Yeah, sure. Good spot for the news. There's your 300. I am beginning to believe the news bullshit that you're telling me about. It's okay, guys. That's what I say, right? I sit here not just, like a brainless person. I observe everything. I observe price action. I observe behavior, my own behavior. I observe the behavior of, others participating in the market, including the news. Risky long, very risky long. Just 2 micros as of now. We could go all the way into 100 also. 100. That's our midpoint.
So just keeping an eye on the WTI crude oil going back into the $90 area. Again, that's post the headline that we had that Iran's pusher nuclear power plant struck again, according to Press TV. So again, WTI went back into $90 a barrel. The dollar rises to daily high in report of Iran power plant attack.
Oh my god! He timed the bottom so well. What else, guys? What else I can do for you? Predict the news, predict the highs, predict the lows. Trade them, not just talk. Anything else I can help you with, guys? Just don't come under the bus. Next 20 years. So yeah, staying patient here. Let's see what they are trying to do. Are they going to put a full V-shaped recovery, or we are going to, roll over again? KB here, yes, you're right. Very headline driven market, very whipsaw ish. Nothing is guaranteed. You see strength, but that strength can disappear very next second.
Russian oil exports capacity has shrunk by 40% after attacks on infrastructure and tank seizures, according to calculations based on data from sources show. Exxon president says energy markets are in early stages of disruption, says Exxon president Aman, saying, also adding that Exxon is maximizing production to aid markets. The US Department of Defense official tells Al Jazeera, "We confirm that the 1st Brigade combat team of the 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed to the Middle East." Okay, we'll get some further confirmation of this, but that's what we're seeing so far. Again, US Department of Defense official speaking to Al Jazeera says, "We confirm that the 1st Brigade combat team of the 82nd Airborne Division will be deployed to the Middle East." So a reminder, with yesterday had a US official saying command element of the 82nd Airborne Division has been directed by the Pentagon to deploy to the Middle East together with an infantry brigade consisting of several thousand troops. That was an Axios report on X yesterday. Now today, you have a US Department of Defense official speaking to Al Jazeera saying they confirmed that elements from the 82nd Airborne Division and others specializing in communications will be deployed to the Middle East. So further from this, then it also adds that the US Department official speaking to Al Jazeera says approximately 1,000 soldiers from the 82nd Airborne Division, representing the vanguard of the force, are expected to arrive by the end of the week. Gilts extend gains led by long end, 30-year yield down 15 basis points to 5.42%. Also, US Central Command says we are destroying military targets in Iran that have threatened the region for decades. Our forces are striking targets to weaken the infrastructure and military capabilities of the Iranian regime. French military says French Armed Forces Chief Mandan to hold technical meeting by video conference soon with army chiefs keen to play a role in restoring maritime navigation of Hormuz.
So as of now, as I mentioned, right,
French
we'll
military
play
adds
for
the
a range.
technical meeting would be to gather positions of nations interested in playing a role.
However, it wouldn't hurt to leave a runner, right? 3 to exit here, maybe 2 more here, and see, try to give, leave one runner. But it might range here, it might keep going back to VWAP.
French military says meeting would be completely unrelated to US's approach and in framework of defensive posture.
The reason I'm exiting 3 there is because if it goes up, I can recycle those 3 contract, add again at the top end of the range. Even in the range, we have to be smart. We have to be able to make money. So if you have a bad entry, here's your opportunity to get something out. And if it goes back up, get those additional contract back in and get your average right and trade the range the way it should have been traded in the first place. But now it is starting to range. When we shorted, it was not a range then. Too good, RDGD, too good. Well, you are welcome. It's going to range. I don't think we are breaking the lows yet. Just in case they are interested in 80 one more time. Well, it has happened. Good stuff, Naveen, you're liking it? Getting better, right? Day by day, it's getting much better. The execution, the outcome, and more important part, the enjoyment part, right? We are enjoying the markets now. It's not like every day we come with the stress, oh my god, whether I will win or not. We know if we trade the right size, we stay patient. If we follow our levels, if we follow our strategy, we are going to win. Once in a while, there could be a losing trade, losing session, a losing account or two. That is the most harm I would get in the market. I will not have 15-20 accounts blown. I will not have completely brain freeze moment. I will not be oh my god, I'm a bad trader. I can't trade this market. I suck. No, never. That was year 1, year 2 thing. 3, 4. Now is the part where you start enjoying it, right? Yeah. So what's next? We'll have to go with some chop range kind of thing, but overall it is downtrending. So state of the market, Nasdaq up 0.65, ES up 0.54, Dow Jones up 0.58, Russell up 0.9%, 0.91%, gold up 3.5%, VIX is down 4%, still elevated, 25 levels, 26 almost. Tesla, Nvidia, strong green, almost up 2%. Tesla, Nvidia is up more than 2%. Amazon up 1.7, Apple up 0.8, Meta up 0.7. Only Google is in red and Microsoft is in red now. Financials are down. That's why I think ES is under pressure. I think I have repeated many times today. ES is weak. ES is weak. It's because of financial. They are in red. Not down huge, but still red. In spite of green day across the board, financials sector weakness in ES. Other sectors are in green. Utilities are up 1%, healthcare up 0.89, semiconductors up 0.86, consumer discretionary up 0.8. Overall green day in the markets, but pockets of weakness. Financials, Visa, American Express down 1.2%. Insurance stocks down. So financials are a little bit in red. Otherwise, tech always has some punch when it goes up. We have noticed it on couple of bounces. They are very strong bounce, and here we are fading this VWAP retest one more time back into 320 area. Long or short? I don't know, man. It's like that wave pattern, right? You got one wave red, so maybe there will be one wave green now. Very tactical. So are you going long? I don't know, maybe at 300 and change. Right now 370, still high 300s. Low 300s I can go long. Well, you missed that move already. You're going to miss the move, guys. If you like every time try to time the lows, it's not going to work unless it's a very critical area, important level. Like we got one here, last was our critical area there. We are not there. That's why I'm saying, right? Low 300 I can think of buying. Low 300 is where I bought last time. If you notice, 307 is our entry there. Yeah, give me low 300s, I'll buy it. I'm hungry, so I'm going to go bring my food. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Press TV citing commander of IRGC's aerospace force, Musavi, says every ultimatum given to Iran is an act of war. Seeing a report here, Pakistani source says the Iranians told us they'll get back to us tonight. The media is reporting that they've said no, but we have not received any official confirmation from Iran, so we're just waiting. Saying that they're all underground and communication is a big challenge when speaking about the Iranians.
News guy is back. The news guy always comes back, right? In this zone, especially in this area, is where some news starts to come, right? I'll be on mute, guys, while I finish my lunch. Thank you.
Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters says we have firmly and strongly rewritten the laws governing passage through Hormuz, and the authority to grant passage rests with us. Netanyahu says we have removed the threat of an invasion of towns in northern Israel and are expanding the buffer zone further. It's in regards to Lebanon there. Iran's Tasnim, citing unnamed military source, says Iran could activate the Bab al-Mandab Strait if attacks are carried out on Iranian territory or islands. So just in regards to that last headline, that's between Yemen and Africa. Freeport LNG says price for June and July LNG cargoes could rise above $17 if war continues and Europe competes for supply. Freeport LNG CEO Smith says if the war does not end soon, disruptions will lead to some delays in construction of LNG projects.
Thank you for your patience. Just finished my food. Still downward pressure. Although financials, they have now gone flat. So they were the only sector which were in red. They have now turned basically flat or slightly green. Google also actually trying to get flat. Microsoft still is down. Yeah, I'm not sure about new lows, but yeah, downward pressure in the market.
Tasnim citing the Iranian military sources, Iran has a will and capability to create a threat to the enemy in the Bab al-Mandab Strait.
I missed my exit there. Let's re-add that one contract which we exited one more time. Out now. See if we can flush this 40 into 20s. Low 300 is where I preferred long, right? Last time. Low 300s is where we'll assess, is it good momentum to continue to flush lower, or we are going to get another bounce. Should we trail? I think that is the right thing to do here, to trail. Since we know there is a liquidity there, we can go and grab. 320 might bounce. Anyway, we are trailing. It's okay. We are in the profit, so we don't mind last contract.
Quoting in Iranian military sources, if the US wants a solution for the Strait of Hormuz, they shouldn't add another strait to their problems.
So yeah, nothing much happening. You can see market mostly has gone sideways here, and it's okay. We have already traded one time here, got that nice red candle. I can stay patient to see where it wants to break, either higher or lower. I have no issues going long or going short in this market. Let the market decide what it wants to do.
Netanyahu says military campaign against Iran is in full swing. Contact Axios, they say that economists and investors pitch Washington on AI-driven job loss safety net. So from Axios, America has no plan for how to manage an AI wipeout for jobs. Now there are calls for lawmakers to design a safety net before any crisis emerges.
Yeah, no change here. As long as it is sideways, I don't want to do that guess for the market. Too small, too tight range to participate. I'm going to sit and wait patiently to see if there is any other setup.
Iran reiterates Hormuz Strait won't return to previous state. That's Iran's mayor citing joint military spokesman on Strait of Hormuz. Again, Iran reiterates Hormuz Strait won't return to previous state.
Rob the scalper. Yeah, it has taken big toll on my body. In last 2 years, I have gained many pounds. It's okay. I think I'm close to where I want to be in terms of my trading. I'm little bit like extreme in whatever I do. Like when I picked up running and all this, like cycling and swimming. I went extreme. I went ultra marathon. Like ran 36 miles, 32 milers, 26 mile was a very normal thing for me, and that was just like 6 years ago. So I want to have that balance. So I'm working towards it, but I cannot leave this in between. Like now I knew, right? The good thing is I keep my milestone. I said my strategy will be complete by last year fall. So we got all our members, experts, masters, new paradigm straight clear by I think fall, October 2025 we're ready, and now is the final phase where I perfect or the art of execution of those levels, and summer is the deadline. So yes, after summer there will be changes again. What changes? We will be streaming only until 2:30. 2:30 will be the last trade cutoff, after which I'll take a break.
So in regards to Iran, this from earlier news that they rejected Trump's administration's ceasefire proposal, as according to Iranian state media and the Iranian consulate in Mumbai as well.
Yeah, but thanks. I appreciate your concern. I will work towards it. And the way I get healthy is just sign up, right? Sign up for the race, no matter what I'm going to show on the start line. I wish so. The deadline is not that far. I have already promised to my new paradigm member, like if you are not seeing a great jump in your analysis, in your skills level, and if your output from the market, at least based on all these levels we have, is not good, you better unsubscribe. You need to find someone else. I cannot help you. My strategy is not for you. But we are very sure, like it never happens. I never miss my deadline, and people who have followed me, who have subscribed to me, I have never seen them leave me, unless some life priority came, or they really had something else, like which took the priority in their life. They cannot keep focus, or it's not because they lost so much or they have no hope of
MSC
growing.
says emergency fuel surcharge on trades from Northern Europe, including the UK and Scan Baltic to Red Sea and East Africa.
85 levels, guys. By Friday you have 85 levels on your chart. So if not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday should be very easy to trade. It should not be like this difficult to read the market. Luckily I wasn't in the shape when I started trading. You have no pressure of going back to your original state. So I was, I think I was 170 pounds. Right now I am like 187 pounds. So I put on 17 pounds. I think I was somewhere like best. I think I was 170 pound, 168, 170 pound.
So it's
I'm now 187 pounds.
Here from news now, but CNN citing two
So I
senior
did put on 20 pounds
on Iran talk plan. So the US is working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan this weekend.
But I have that commitment, guys. If I put a mind on that, I'll get it. Anything, right? The way, as I mentioned, right, I put myself under the radar. I'll sign up for a race or something. Then no matter what, I'm going to show up on the start line. And I know if I don't prepare, the other problem is the trading and this so much of time consumption in the level creation and all. The other problem is the kids. Now I have 2 kids. 6 years ago I only had 1 kid. So it was still possible. Now with 2 kids, there's no time. There's always something to, some chores, some errands to run. Someone to be picked up, someone to be dropped somewhere, someone to be, taken care of. So it's busy.
So reminder, early on, according to Pakistani officials, they said there is no confirmed date or venue
Data address is
possible
good.
US-Iran talks in Islamabad, and Iran has not yet agreed to talks. CNN reported just adding that the US is working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan this weekend.
Their model is good. The reason, the way we judge these days now perform is are they having a good model, sustainable model, or are they promising like something they will never be able to keep up when people start, especially those one who scam the system, they reach that perform, will they eat that firm with their so any firm which is like right structured, they have good payout policy, little like good rules like which favors both pro-firm as well as
According to
trader.
New York Times citing sources, Netanyahu
They're
ordered
well.
maximum effort to be made in the next
No
48
risky
hours
model
to
there.
destroy as much as possible of Iran's weapon industry.
So is this bullish? Like, are we buying this? I don't know, guys. I would say I would doubt it. I doubt everything. Then why not short? I mean, let's
IFX,
test the waters.
Says Russia has conveyed concerns on Bushehr NPP to the US.
Not throwing in a full
Russia has
yet.
conveyed concerns on Bushehr nuclear power plant to the US, according to Interfax. Also from the New York Times, citing sources, Israeli military intensifies strikes in Iran as Washington and Tehran talks become more likely. In this added detail from the CNN report in regards to the US working to arrange Iran talks in Pakistan, that Vance may travel to Pakistan for the Iran discussions.
DOM. So
Per
the
the
way I
article
trade these
from New
new
York Times,
platforms,
Israel races to hit Iran hard while it still can, leery of possible talks, officials say.
you still do your analysis. Like my analysis is always in trading view, which is my own personal paid data and the license. You can see, right, all my morning analysis, levels, charts I save is in trading view. So the analysis, the brain comes from there. Execution, stop loss management, where I want to position, how I see this trade playing out, that visualization comes from Ninja Trader. Others, DOM, everything, everyone has DOM, whether it is this platform, that platform. Just close their charts, open the DOM, and once right, like here, I think we have been very clear, right? Low 300s we want to buy. Like here we bought low 300. Even here you can see, right, briefly went into 330. Low 300 was a good entry long, and top end of the range. Now we are just testing the waters.
To Channel 12
If this is range,
Mujtaba
falls back
is
down
still
again.
alive, and it seems he's involved in decision making in Iran.
So yeah, low 300 like we bought here. This was a best entry, but again this would have been a good entry. Low 300, 330 was the low here, and top end of the range now. That's why we are saying, right, we are not going heavy on the sizing yet. Let's see if it's still in the range. We could box here. We could again rotate back into this bottom end of the range. So yeah, the way I would trade in other different platform is have an entry somewhere 320, 330 as a long on the DOM, position for 40, 50, 60 exit highest points. Midpoint will be somewhere around this big round number, 80s, 60s, whatever you can get out of this trade, right? Nasdaq is stronger than ES today. No, I think just check the Discord, Danny. I have posted in the Discord. Their day traders brought a new account. I think it's called Straight to Live. So it still requires you to pass the evaluation. They require you to pass the evaluation and go straight to a real live brokerage account with firm's capital. No endless sim, no fake progressions. When traders succeed, we succeed them, and we are backing them with real capital. How it works? Choose your plan.
Axios report on X says a US official told me that Trump administration had yet to receive any official messages from Iran rejecting the offer.
So how it works is, choose your core plan, 50k account, 3000 profit target. You get 2 contracts, 2 E-minis, 20 micros. Or you choose their edge plan, which is 150k account, 8,500 profit. So this is good, not like others who require you 9,000. They require you to make only 8,500 profit target with 3 contracts, 3 E-minis, 30 micro. And more importantly, they have a ultra plan, 300k account. Not all the firms they offer 300k account. I think Apex recently restricted the maximum account size to 150k now, but they do offer 300k here. 15,000 is the profit target, which is again less. Generally 300k account have 20,000 profit target. They only have 15,000 profit target with 4 contracts. The contracts are less as compared to what Apex was offering. Hit 8 qualifying days, follow the rules. So they have to pass, you have to pass it in 8 days. That's the thing. Or yeah, but there is no consistency rule, no payout cap in their funded account or straight, or when you hit the live account, there is no consistency rule, no payout cap. There is daily withdrawals, which is very important. Just like Take Profit Trader, they have daily withdrawal, real capital up to 5 live account, and lose one, there is no penalty, you don't get banned. Like there are some firm which you, when they put you into the live, you cannot lose the live account, else they ban you for life. There is no ban as such. Lose one, re-earn it. This is their new model. No more surviving in sim only. Real progression, real alignment. What?
EU ambassador to the US says US energy exports to the EU will increase over time up to 57 to 60% in the next few years.
Yeah, so this is straight to live. Maybe check their website. They may have straight to funded also. They may have more. The difference would be the consistency rule, right? In straight to live, when you are in the live account, there is no consistency. You can make as much money you want in the market in one day, right? That is how the real live account should be. If there is a consistency, means it is still a sim funded account. You are still in the sim environment, and a power firm has to pay you from their own pocket, which is a problem, right? If you end up making a lot of money. So I always prefer live accounts.
Authorities say drones from Russian airspace hit Estonian and Latvian territory.
Yeah, straight to funded is a funded account already. Yeah, but how about the consistency rule? Check the consistency rule. There will be some consistency rule. Like Tradify has a 20% consistency rule.
So it's a New York Times reporter saying authorities say drones from Russian airspace hit Estonian and Latvian territory.
And generally the way trading works is, when you're trading well on that day, you do make a lot of money. It is easy. You got the eye in the market. You are trading well. To make it repeat big days every day is not possible. So yeah, Take Profit Trader in that aspect is one of the best. No consistency rule in the funded account.
According to a New York Times report on X, they say some Iranian officials had said today that Iran was considering meeting with the US negotiators in Islamabad, Pakistan, over the next week to discuss Trump's proposal, but will not entertain a temporary ceasefire.
Pro, you get 90% profit, right? It's good. They move you to Pro Plus, you get 90%. Right now in Pro account, you get 80-20 split. Pro Plus is live market, right? So they don't have to pay you from their own pocket when you are in the pro. This is kind of a sim funded account or the funded account. They still pay you from their own pocket, and if you end up making 50k, 100k, it's their loss, right? But if you make that 50k, 100k in the real live market, they also make money off you because you are making money in the real market, real capital.
EU ambassador to the US says no way the EU will go back to Russian gas because of the Middle East crisis. Yeah, so if you are just not looking to make huge money, Danny, yeah, 20% consistency rule is good. It fits your style. If you're not looking to make, five, six, $10,000 in a day, I don't think you need to worry about live or straight to live or straight to funded. Whatever is directly funded, evaluation obviously it is waste of time. You end up, spending so many days in the evaluation, and the whole good effort of good trading, good analysis is wasted in the sim accounts. And once you pass, who knows, that one day it is volatile, the first day you will have a negative balance, you'll blow the account. So if you're trading well, you're on the good mood, good side, you want to keep it positive, you don't want to waste your efforts, straight to funded live account is not bad. It's a good innovation in this industry. Yeah, so Preet, Tradify has a very good account. It is one of the best. If you don't mind 20% consistency. Oh my goodness, LC. Yeah, there are many prop firms don't allow because of whatever, like restrictions, government restrictions to trade, receive money from countries which are not on their allowed list. So yeah, some of the countries you have to be very careful when you visit them. $7.2 billion.
No, why VPN while traveling? It's like, again, what if they find out you want to get banned for the life to experiment something? These days they also know, right? VPN technologies, and also at least they will know, will be able to track. It is something different.
According to Mitsu OSK lines, they say that ships loaded with LNG and stuck in the Middle East are losing product to evaporation. Getting reports here that Ross, part of the USS George H.W. Bush Strike Group aircraft carrier, likely not far behind, leaving Norfolk to replace Ford. That's according to a Fox News correspondent. Ten minutes ago now, to the top of the hour, we get the US 5-year note auction. Prior high yield of 3.615%, prior bid cover of 2.32%. With the US looking to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. So looking at some research then. So still, JP Morgan strategists said the auction would likely require a bigger concession for a good result. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 1.8 million 5-year note futures, possible source of covering demand at the auction.
Yeah, good. You reminded me. I changed my computer. In this computer, I don't have that add-on, which is a manual watermark watermark, which was displaying the time frame. The computer is different. Let me see, where did I download from? It should be in my this computer's download bucket. It is not by default. You get the watermark. You have to add it in the NinjaTrader. So this is 4000 tick chart. That's my go-to for any analysis. Yeah, TD. It's called T2TM watermark add-on for Ninja. Let me transfer this to my other computer. Upload is complete. Access is on this computer. Download now. Okay, download complete. So it's a runner. We don't mind getting stopped out. We already booked a couple of contracts in profit, so giving just enough wiggle room for this one last left contract to see if it wants to go. Yeah, let's take a stop for that contract also, 5 point at least. And we got to import our watermark. I did that. T2M. Okay, watermark is there. Watermark, custom text, watermark text. It is
5 minutes ago to get the 5-year note auction, prior high yield of 3.615%, prior bid to cover of 2.32.
You see the watermark now, MNQ. Maybe smaller font will do. 50. This is good. Position can be bottom center. Good. Right. Nope. But why it is not showing the entire text? It just shows MNQ. Looks like it's a bug. Okay, custom, that's how it works. Okay, there you go. Happy? No, it was using just the ticker by itself. We have to select the custom option. That custom text you type should be displayed. Now it is actually I can. Okay. Clock we can shift. Clock I could still not find the perfect spot for the clock.
One minute connect to get the one issued for the 5-year note auction.
Use 4096 ticks. Binary number less glitches. For the instead of 4000 you saying that 4096 ticks trades 22 instead of 4000
10
using
seconds.
4096. Okay, yeah, we can do that, not a problem. Where is it? Yeah, 4000 custom.
3.966%, 3.966% for the one issued.
It will be very hard to explain. I'll have to remember this explanation you gave because someone is going to ask why 4096, because it's a binary number, so less glitches. Good. 4096 ticks as per trades 22. So basically you are adding 96 more ticks. Okay, there you go, loading. Okay, here you go guys, 4096 ticks loading. And let's
Venezuelan oil production has reached 1.1 million barrels per day in March, according to a government presentation.
4096 ticks.
We're now shortly expecting the results of the US 5-year note auction, where I'll lead with the high yield.
Hey mindful trader, good to see you. Thanks for joining. So yeah, this is the runner we have. We don't mind getting stopped here. We already booked profit on this short. We just left one runner in case it wants to make another new low. But I think range bound trading is what this market wants as of now.
High rate of 3.98%, 3.98% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 3.966%. The bid to cover was 2.29, 2.29. So the US selling $70 billion and awarding 89.88% of bids at high. The primary dealers taking 15.61%, direct 22.48%, and indirect 61.9%. So again, the high rate of 3.98% tails the when issued by 1.4 basis points. The yield on 5-year US Treasury notes rise after the auction lasted around 3.9661%. Iranian Revolutionary Guard say that their air defenses hit an American F-18 fighter jet. This is according to Al Jazeera.
So yeah, it is the time, guys, where the news will intensify. I don't know what someone wants to do with all this news. But this is the time where news gets really heavy, and especially both the news, -1 negative, +1 positive news. They overlap each other. So yeah, guys, playing for the range, you can see it. Mostly I have shorted here. This were long, but this all have been short trades. This was short. Yeah, these were short entries, and this is where we covered, right? Those shorts we covered here. I think I ended up taking $30 loss overall because 2 entries were here, 1 we added here. We didn't exit all, right? We kept 1. Maybe this was the right point to exit that last trade before we got stopped out. So ended up taking $30 loss. But yeah, playing for the range is the right thing with the risk of sell-off, especially if the news hits the portal, right? That is the problem here. Sudden sharp movement based on the news, and we get to hear the news couple of seconds late when already the move has happened. It will already have had 3 or 2 big red candles, and then we get the breaking news. That is the problem. The news, even though it's a breaking news, but for us retail, it is still couple of second delays. Algos, big money has that news before us. That is the problem. Once we get those 2 red candle, the trade is against you. You are in a difficult spot to put average down, or cut, turn around and short, and by the time you get another news which is already delayed and market is already back up. So this is the marquee characteristic of this market in the past couple of weeks. Afternoon session and the news. How do the coincide the headlines with top of the hour, bottom of the hour? I wouldn't be surprised if there was any.
Al-Badawi to Al Jazeera says Gulf states are considering an alternative solution if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed.
So 2 have won the trophy, Mindful Trader. 2 news websites have won the trophy in our observation so far. One is the old player, Wall Street Journal, and one a new entrant, especially for this Iran war, Axios, have been very timely in their news release, especially when the market sell off. They pump some negative news, and they flip flop. They flip flop also. And after negative news, after a couple of seconds, minute, they also send the positive news to get the market back up. So Wall Street Journal and Axios, they are the winner here. In the last 2 weeks, this is what we have seen, Yeah, somebody should really look into it. Somebody made $1.5 billion on Monday morning, 15 minutes before Trump's tweet. Somebody had a big position, obviously must be short on oil, and the news timing, that drop, and 1.5 billion profit. Yeah. How? I mean, obviously some insider information, right? They must know what is going to come out in next few minutes in terms of, and it was a fake news, right? Obviously, or it was not true. There were no real discussions, at least Monday morning. There may be an attempt to get the conversation going. So on one side they are starting to initiate, right, through their networks, through their channels, but no real direct conversation. Trump's Tommy has made that much. So what are we doing again? Shorting. This is range bound, guys. I think it will not be a problem to look for small sharp rotations. $408 is our number there. We trust that. In 408 we have our trust. 408.25 specifically. That's a gap fill number. That's where market gets at least that's gap fill from yesterday, actually, not today. Today is gap fill never done, right? Market always stayed positive today on the Nasdaq. So it is going to be small tight scalps here. Market is going to be ranging around the VWAP.
In a joint statement by Kuwait, the UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Jordan, they call on Iraq to take the necessary measures to stop attacks launched against neighboring countries from Iraqi territory.
Okay, cleared that $30 drawdown, back to green. So Venki, did you request your 6.5k today? Guys, big shout out to Venki Deep /Deepu. Right? That was your old ID, right? Deepu. Huge profits for him. 9,000 I think he made yesterday in the Take Profit Trader Pro account. And out of that 9,000, he requested 6,400. Another $10,000 today. Man, are you in that White House special group, influential group? Next thing we'll see is Venki Deep is influencing who is going to win the next presidential election. He's going to fund Republican or Democrat. he is the new Netanyahu. Venki Deep is going to be new Netanyahu of the future. He's even aware of 1 million paid WhatsApp group. Venki. Good guys. So it is, guys, it just is your habit, and and your, what you say, right? You get into that habit of making consistent profit, slowly increasing your appetite, like of making money. Like here, my appetite has obviously increased. If you have noticed, since last October, since we launched the new paradigm group, my appetite for trading multiple accounts, my appetite for maintaining the gains in at least 15 accounts by the end of the day. And now, I mean, deliberately I'm trading micros. If I were in the E-mini, this would have been easily 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 profit across the account. But because of this war, especially last 2 weeks, we have noticed it is very choppy, sideways. Most of the US session are like consolidations, 150, 200 point range. And it could be very difficult to trade with the E-minis when you don't have option of scaling in, scaling out, flipping the trade from long to short, because obviously you have exhausted the drawdown room while picking the wrong side first. Remaining drawdown room may not be enough first to recover the loss and get back to green. Micro gives me that flexibility. But again, the style doesn't change, right? Micro or E-mini, I still trade very respectfully that, this is something I'm trading my personal money with the same intensity, even if it is micros. I respect it like E-minis. Yeah, there is little bit of flexibility of scaling in, scaling out, which is the reason why, right, we are trading micros in this last 2 weeks. So what is the threshold here? I clearly told, right, VIX is at 25 levels. The moment VIX drops below 20, it is even 21, 20 and a half, I'll switch to E-minis. Moment it is below 20, I have no trouble managing the market with E-minis. So that is the threshold for us. I have discussed with my new paradigm group, like if the volatility VIX is high, the range is going to be crazy. Right, past 2 weeks, the range is not crazy, but the chop is crazy, right? The sudden rotation, sudden fall back in the range, sudden turnaround of the events are difficult to adjust using E-minis when you don't have flexibility of adding more to your losers or scaling out slowly when you see trade work in your favor and you don't want to miss out on taking profit. The reason, if it is in ranging, you are not going to get the full move, right? You have to book partial profit, and it is best if you have micros to do that. Yeah, so it depends, right? I'm not recommending that you should become super conservative and throughout the life you should trade micros, because there will be periods where you will trade micros and make only few $100, where those were the most trendy days, most easiest day, which occurs only 1 or 2 months, right? Full moon occur only once in a month. So yeah, there will be only few months, right, in a year where market move really well. So you don't want to miss out making money on those good months, right? So, but yeah, at the same time, right now, last 6 months, we know the state of the market. Just check the daily, guys. Open the 1 year chart, you'll see last 6 months we have done nothing, mostly slowly trended down. So when the markets are sluggish, sideways, choppy, okay, not to have a lot of expectations, even with your swing trades, with your options, it's not going to happen. They're just wasting premium. But soon, soon the war will be over. Soon, AI will be again in the news. Soon companies will be making all-time highs. Things will change, guys. Things do change. New Fed chair will come. Maybe they will announce aggressive rate cuts. That is what market needs now to make a new all-time high. All things, takes time, guys. Don't be in a hurry to become a millionaire. Survive first. If you survive, then of course you will become a millionaire. If you get wiped out of the market, if you have blown your capital, if you have exhausted all your risk emergency fund, vacation fund, kids education fund, your own retirement fund, and you have no options left, right, to then regret entire life that I had money, I could not hang on to it, I was too much in a hurry to recover, I could not control my anger, I could not be patient. Understand, guys, and it reflects, at least I remind you, it reflects in my behavior here, switching to these micros, reducing my profit target. You can see, right, easily I can make 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 if I trade E-minis. Even though I can, I'm not making that huge money right now. It is not the right environment for my style to make a lot of money. I have that habit of holding the trade longer. I have that habit of being very confident in my analysis. Right now you won't see, right? I am very open to both the sides, open that range. In fact, we went in with the full blown preparation of range bound trading today. Look at this. Are we disappointed? No, absolutely not. This is what we planned for today, right? Or like any days, right? 100 to 250 point range, and this is what we have got. So every time I short here, you can see, right, I go in with couple of micros. I don't go it with the 10 lots, 8 lots, right? But here when we got the trend, I would hang on to it, at least one winner all the way into the end of the range. So yeah, plan your day. The market, it's different, and if you are not adapting as per the changing market, you will just regret, right? You will still find out that you were wrong in doing that, big sizing or hurry or expecting too much from this market. But if you are starting to notice it, make some adjustment while you have time. I am in hurry, no time for you, Pawan. I replied to your message in the Discord. So do we trust this? I don't trust anything these days. Especially these breakouts. The only way they are doing this breakout successfully is they drop a news. So keep your ears open. For any news drop they might try to do to make this breakout successful. else this is just going to rotate back in. The only thing which is different on this iteration and for which it might be successful this time is financials are in green now. Previously financials were in red or barely turning green on this pump. Right now financials are nice and strong. Rotation went into energy is in red now, but ES is looking good now on this pump. ES was not participating. Here ES is also starting to look good, so there might be a small push into that 480 area. 24,480 can happen. Well done, congratulations Venki. And there goes that breakout attempt. Pro Plus account, they put you into the live market, mindful trader. The profit split is 90-10. 90% profit is yours, 10% is theirs. In Pro account, 80% of your profit, 20% is there because they pay you from their pocket. No trailing drawdown anymore. Yeah. That's another difference. In the Pro account, they still have live trailing, but in Pro Plus, it goes to end of the day drawdown. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I told you, right? You have to doubt everything here. Only thing which was noticeable was financials were in green. Now, obviously, it failed the breakout. Relying on ES, relying on financials. Good luck. ES always disappoints, guys. ES was getting stronger. ES disappointed, failed. We have on our chart, we have levels, guys. Check your ES masters chart, check your Nasdaq's masters chart, and if you have new paradigm, of course Nasdaq has that extra new paradigm level in it, which is helpful. See, it has mellowed all the trader, this market, else we would be so like either we are so ready to pump this market or dump this market, right? In terms of our preparations, what we want to do here. We don't believe you, market. We don't believe anything you show us.
Italy
will
is
change.
set
It
to
will
plan
change.
cutting their growth forecast to as low as 0.5%.
Yeah, this news cycle will change. It is going to come.
So the Italian government is set to cut its economic growth forecast, reflecting a hit from the war in the Persian Gulf. The estimate is expected to be made public in April and may be cut to as low as 0.5% for this year from a current 0.7%, according to people familiar with the matter who spoke under conditions of anonymity.
Yeah. Markets are smart, guys. Markets are smart. Markets are forward looking. So all this negative news of war, rising inflation, rising yields, declining growth, increasing job losses, it's all getting priced in, and still markets are holding up well. Don't think like markets are not smart. They are really forward looking, and by the time your extreme bearish news will come, market will already be rallying and already will be pricing in the recovery also. Markets, always remember, they are very forward looking. They won't wait for that extreme GDP negative print to happen. They would have already priced in, and by the time that final negative print of GDP happens or a high unemployment number ticks on the report, market would have already bottomed. That's the beauty. That's the beauty of the market. Market bottoms before economy bottoms. Always remember that. When economy really at the verge of hitting the bottom, markets will already be at all-time highs by that time. Especially Fed shows the intent of quantitative easing, rate cuts done, markets will skyrocket. So yes, again got bid back up. So what's going on? Are we really going to smash the session highs on the Nasdaq? Is this a real breakout? I doubt, man. I doubt. Unless there is a news, there has to be some news to get over the line here. Without news, Nasdaq might create a wick or something. That's what they like doing, just to throw you off. They will eat some stop losses and get right back in. But to really get going and go for the session highs, like here, right? To go for the session highs, some of these 530 areas, 540 areas, it will need some kind of a news. Just the stop loss can create a wick and get right back in. No, I have serious doubt. Without news, this market may fail again. Anyway, it is making an attempt right now. So let's see. Open as I mentioned, right? If it breakouts, it's okay. I might miss, but I have no objections. It can do, but I have doubts. Will you short it? Yeah, of course I can short if I see some rejections somewhere. What would be that number? I don't know. As of now, I don't know. 515. Yeah, something there. In the morning we got rejections in that area.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says Trump is to host a cabinet meeting tomorrow. So Levitt currently giving the news briefing. We'll get a live video on the feed. And Levitt says that Trump is to travel to China on May the 14th and 15th. So again, Levitt saying Trump is to meet China's President Xi in Beijing in May. White House Press Secretary Levitt on Iran says Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down.
So there is the news, right? Elon's attacks are down. Yeah.
And Levitt says, we're very close to meeting our core objectives in the Iran operation. And repeats that the US military is ahead of schedule on the Iran operation. And Levitt says the Iranian regime is looking for an exit ramp. Levitt says Iran wants to talk and Trump is willing to listen.
So all this positive news coming out and you're shorting RDGD, yeah, who cares, right? We have our levels. So ES, just check your ES chart, guys. So we got a reaction, small red.
Levitt says the US has been in productive talks the last 3 days.
Is capable of going in 530 area. That's why I'm leaving one more room for adding one more lot size. But yeah, let's try to scale out. One more red and we can take 2 out and leave 1 runner. One more red.
And Levitt says if Iran fails to accept reality that they have been defeated, Trump will hit harder. And Levitt says Iran should not miscalculate again. Trump does not bluff and Iran should not miscalculate. Levitt says Trump is going to unleash hell if Iran does not accept defeat.
Yeah, I told you, right? I really doubt this news. Whatever small pop just to its stop losses, that is all you will get here. Again, members, masters especially should check their chart on ES. ES was leading this rally. ES hit Monday high 1, straight rejection from Monday high 1, back in the range. So are we buying this? I mean, a small scalp long, yeah, you can buy that. But guys, this is just like, it's very tough to be trading the ranges. The problem here of going long or short, especially long, is that we still haven't bottomed. We still have a long way to go if they rotate all the way in the bottom end of this range here, right? And then there is some liquidity grab, just like here they did some liquidity grab here. This could come here and flush you and may not break that lows, but from here to here itself it's going to be nasty. So is it a short? I don't know. Small long, I said, right? That's your small green there. It is going to do its thing, guys. Afternoon things. Nothing major or nothing determinal, right? Whether we are breaking higher or lower. It's just going to be VWAP.
Levitt says congressional approval for Iran is not necessary now.
Uptrend line? No, I don't think so. I mean,
And Levitt once again reiterating the 4 to 6 week timeline for the Iran operations.
if anything, go with the box because the trend line could be hit so hard. Box is the right thing to do here. Have a box, 2 boxes like kids they have, right? One big box inside you can have one more small box just for the sweets. I think stick to the sweets box. I don't know, you can further squeeze it in if you want to see the complete box.
Levitt says that temporary gas price fluctuations will go back down.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know why I'm not seeing trend line, because you see here the trend line. If you imagine a trend line here going up, when it breaks it's going to be very nasty. Like you buying that trend line, someone could have gone like really slaughtered. But knowing that this is a big range we are in, at some point the trend line will be broken, and you don't want to be buying that trend line when it is that right instance when it is going to break. It hurts most.
Levitt, when asked about Iran's rejection, says they have not. So again, Levitt, when asked on Iran's rejection of talks, says they have not. And says Iran talks continue and they are productive. Levitt says there are elements of truth to the 15-point plan reports. So again, that's Levitt saying that there are elements of truth to the 15-point plan reports.
Yeah, coming into that trend line, if it breaks, it's going to be nasty. I doubt, guys. I doubt this market will go up. I told you, right?
That the White House never confirmed a full 15-point plan report. Levitt, when asked about the 82nd Airborne Division, says Trump likes options.
If you're trying to go long, I would warn you, be careful. It is, I showed you, red box still is capable of going much lower. Low 300s is what you should look to go long, not 400. Low 300, 315, 330, 320, 35, 38, whatever is your number.
In a post on X, Iranian parliament speaker says intelligence reports suggest that enemies of Iran are preparing to occupy an Iranian island with support from the regional country. Levitt says no Iran peace talks should be deemed official yet. Levitt, when asked about when the first tanker can pass the Hormuz Strait, says there's no sense yet. Levitt says the US is working on creative solutions on oil prices. Again, that's Levitt saying that the US is working on creative solutions on oil prices. I did see a wick down in WTI crude there, but nothing holding.
So long or short, RTGD is still short, guys, for me. Then why don't you short? Okay, man, right at the VWAP, you make me take difficult trades. I'll take it for 408. That's our number. You're going to lose. I can lose. This is mad market. Circus news, right? Yeah, it's all like. To be honest, they failed to excite me even like in the first few days. I was surprised by Iran, their like resilience. That was others was no surprise, especially after having seen Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria wars. People who may not have seen all those three wars, and followed the news cycle, this one is little interesting in those comparison.
Putin signs an order limiting gold bullion exports. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump would be concerned about displacement in Lebanon.
Top of the hour. Toby, good evening, welcome, thanks for joining us.
Leavitt says Vance has been a part of the discussions on Iran throughout.
Germany. You guys feel left out. War and Germany is not invited. No more wars, right? Germans. So 408 is our number, 408.25 in specific.
To Israel's N12 News, Israel Working Assumption says Trump may announce a ceasefire by next Saturday.
Man, this manipulation.
And Leavitt further saying again, some misinformation out there with the 15-point plan. According to the Wall Street Journal, the US Postal Service will impose an 8% surcharge on packages to cover the rising cost of fuel. According to a poll, US natural gas inventory seen down 44 billion cubic feet last week in Thursday's EIA report.
Is this capable of flushing all the way into like 300? I don't know. I don't think so. Why are you not taking profit? It's okay, man. It will hit our number. I'll take some profit. 408.25. There you go. And this is the bonus. Why can't it go beyond?
Levitt says it's too soon to say if satisfied with Iran regime change.
I doubt it is ready to break the range. So anyway, this is a runner we have now. I doubt it.
Levitt says the control of uranium is point of conversation still.
I'm going to range around VWAP.
And Levitt further saying conversation about Iran's enriched uranium continues.
So how many likes do we have today? I don't think we had any losing trade today. Once we took $30 drawdown. I continue to do my part, guys. I continue to do my part really well. You guys have given me 60 likes. Let's push it. We are still like 200 people watching, guys. Let's push it to 100 likes. Come on, just 40 more likes. It's good. We read the market well. This is the number of time I have traded today. Not bad, right? Short at the right time, long at the right time, short at the right time, long at the right time, short, 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 short. $72 likes. See, 12 jump, 12 likes immediately. We asked. We can push it to 100 likes, guys. Come on.
And that concludes the White House press briefing. So seeing here, Western intelligence source tells Western intelligence source that the Jerusalem Post says a Western intelligence official stated in recent weeks, Khamenei has issued instructions to lower the threshold for action. A Western intelligence officer stated in recent weeks has issued instructions to lower the threshold for action.
Yeah, so nothing much happening, but we are doing really well here. Even in the small range, you can see, right? We have traded decently. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. We have traded since lunchtime. So in 2 hours, 12 to 2, we have taken 5 trades so far. So are we trusting this is going back up? No, guys. I don't trust any of these longs. Yeah, little bit of pump, but whenever it stalls, it may rotate back in.
Trump on True Social says, "My meeting with the highly respected president of China, which was originally postponed due to our military operation in Iran, has been rescheduled and will take place in Beijing on May 14th and 15th. And Trump further saying in the Truth Post that he will host Xi in Washington, D.C. this year.
Where is the exit? I thought I already exited. It didn't.
Zelensky tells sources the United States offered to finalize security guarantees if Ukraine withdraws from Donbass. Zelensky says the withdrawal from Donbass would be a high risk for Ukraine and for Europe. The US is still supplying weapons to Ukraine despite the Iran war, Zelensky says. So seeing here on X, US Central Command commenting early on the story of a US fighter jet being shot down, saying Iran did not shoot down any US fighter jets. Zelensky says Ukraine hopes to agree long-term drone deals with most Gulf countries.
So guys, we got that exit profitably at 27.25. I don't plan to go long. There's nothing which is like getting me bullish here right now, unless there is some breaking news. We have bottom of the hour coming up 2:30. Look at this, more downside beyond that VWAP. Big move can happen anytime. Yeah, especially right when it's so tight, range bound. There can be a sudden move just to grab stop losses, and I fear the downside more than the upside.
Israeli Broadcasting Authority, citing 2 Israeli sources, says Trump might halt the fighting if Iran offers a substantial concession. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at around $90.32 a barrel, down $2.03 or 2.2%. NYMEX diesel April futures settle at around $4.63 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at around $3.01 a gallon, and NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at around $2.95.
So what happened, Preet, with your pending review or the pending approvals? They didn't go through yet?
Iran's parliamentary speaker Ghalibaf says based on some data, Iran's enemies, with the support of one of the regional countries, are preparing to occupy one of the Iranian islands.
But the accounts are active, right? The payout.
Iran's parliamentary speaker Ghalibaf says if they take any step forward, all the vital infrastructure of the regional country will be targeted for relentless attacks without any restrictions.
So I think the next stage for some of you guys, right, who are all very profitable like Preet, Venki, focus on the live accounts, guys. You know, you take profit trader, whoever is putting you in the live. I think legends, you got the live account, right, Preet? There should not be any issue. So did you check out day traders? Check the day traders in the Discord I shared. They also have daily payouts with their straight to live account. I think live account is the way to go forward for you. There has to be no limit. Yeah, so yeah, stop, like, not that other firms are bad, their models are different. Their models, rely on traders failing and staying in the evaluation. And now when you have finally got it, like, there's no need to, fight the battle, to change the industries, right? You are not the industry is like that because of the behavior of other 95% of traders, right? So as a 5% now, it's okay, you cannot blame. If industry were not like that, then you will not be, you will not get the 5% trader, right? It is because of this industry you became part of this 5% group now. Instead of fighting hard to change the system, let it remain, especially for those who are still requiring training, needs to learn to go past that 3 4 5 6 payouts before they can aim for daily pay and the live markets. Yes, even I am trading. In fact, I am trading 4 personal accounts. I have 2 company accounts with Interactive Broker. I mean, excuse me, 1 company account with Interactive Broker, 1 personal account with Interactive Broker, 1 company account with AMP, and 1 personal account with AMP. So total 4 accounts. Yeah. So just fund your personal account. You don't have to share anything from the personal account. But at the same time, take the leverage, as much leverage possible from other prop firms.
Order filled.
Iran's Foreign Minister Arachi says the US has failed in its war goals, including quick victory and change of regime.
Your strategy is mind blowing if someone know how to use it. I know. I mean, to be honest,
Iran's Foreign Minister Arachi says my message to the neighbouring countries says distancing yourself from the US.
Yeah, it's really shocking, right? At least I think people who have followed me, at least they get it. But yeah, I mean it's really amazing. Like as I said right this morning, I said I am very proud. Like people like when they dedicate this much time, right? 3 years, 4 years I have dedicated, right? 8 hours I have been sitting here on the live stream. Now we are in the final stage, right? It's kind of a celebration stage right now. Like you have done all the hard work. Yeah, it's celebrating the level, celebrating the success. Only until summer. Again, the time will reduce, guys, after summer. Especially this June contract stops trading. I think I might go only until 2 p.m. So 2 to 4 p.m. I'll take break, as I have to again work on my levels in the evening. But that time will change in the summer. You started with 1500, now at 7k. Good job. Take something out. At least that starting capital, $1,500. Pay yourself. Motivate Nation. And remaining 5,000 you can continue to grow more. I would say take 2,500 out. Additional 1,000 for your effort time. You need to get paid. plus your original expense of $1,500, and remaining account still get it back to 7k, and then start moving forward with that amount. Yeah, the retests are always, the only problem is when it rips up and stays up in the short. Right now the markets are trending down for many weeks now. It's not a problem. You always come down. You could be stuck in a trade for a while. If you can wait patiently for an hour and a half with a small size, you will get good fills, good winners. The only problem is when the markets are going up into all-time highs, there it can be really frustrating. You could be stuck in a trade entire day and won't give you a break even or exit. But in this market which is trending down, I don't think it's a bad idea shorting the pops. Yeah, Lucid is good. That's why I said, right, in the new prop firm, Lucid, Legends, especially Lucid, Legends, and what else, those were the clear winners. Others we stopped promoting, right? Prop Shop, Funding Ticks is already winded down. At least they winded down gracefully. They didn't disappear with the money. So in the new prop firm, any other new firm, guys, you want me to promote or you think we should also try is good, which is recommended by our community? So in the new set, again, you can see, right, I have taken a pause. We have not added any new firm. Lucid and Legends are the now regular. Tradify, Apex, Take Profit Trader, obviously number one. That's why that banner always stays at the top, unchanged. No doubt, guys, hands down, Take Profit Trader is the best. Yeah, let me know, guys, if any other new prop firm you think is good, we should give it a try. Let me know. I'll include it in my promotion
Israeli
list.
Channel 14 says the Israeli army is currently working on establishing 18 new forward operating bases in southern Lebanon.
So top of the hour is approaching. Yeah, I mean, the order would be try Lucid first. Sammy, Lucid is really good. Best part about Lucid is they don't have monthly renewal. You buy once, and at least their flex account, I know, you buy once and you take 30 days, 50 days, 60 days to pass. There's no problem. Google hitting new session lows, guys. Broadcom just turned negative. Microsoft already negative for the day. Google hitting new session lows.
Brent crude futures settle at around $102.22 a barrel, down $2.27 or 2.17%.
So we can take a stop here, or I don't know, like it will require. That's the thing, this afternoon, late afternoon are really tricky. The small creepy sell could start intense selling. Let's see what this top of the hour they will try to do. As of now, not adding anything, not removing anything.
Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi says Tehran showed the world that no country can threaten its security.
Okay, so if you are trading with Lucid, taking payout from Lucid, go for Legends. They are also good. Legends trading. Take profit trader, man, Sammy. It is
Araghchi
awesome.
says the Strait of Hormuz has become another defeat for the
Order
enemy, and we are
filled.
studying special arrangements for its management even after the war. And Araghchi says there are no talks with the United States.
There you go. As suspected, right? Late afternoon. Here's our masters. Are we holding masters or we are cutting through masters? Masters
Order
hold.
filled.
Seeing a little bit upside in WTI crude off the back of that headline.
So we knew this could happen. Late in the afternoon, they could slowly creep away and do this kind of a liquidity grab. Is it something really concerning? We have intense selling. I don't know yet. This is still normal. This is still expected. Coincides with top of the hour. Google gave it away, right? Started making new session lows. Yeah, it's the trade must play out first before we call it as another victory for masters. Can we take one out quickly and then another one and another one?
Araghchi says the enemy resorted to other countries to open the Strait of Hormuz but was unable to do so, and it remains closed only to enemy ships.
Order filled.
Mm-hmm. 150K, Martman. Top of the hour. One more rotation down.
Bank of France raises 2026 inflation forecast to 1.7% versus 1.3%. Bank of France's severe scenario sees 2027 inflation of 1.7%. And Bank of France cuts 2026 growth forecast to 0.9% versus 1%. ECB Villeroy says don't overinterpret statements on rate hikes. Villeroy says no particular financial stability concerns at present. And speaking in an interview with France's Les Echos, Villeroy says premature to debate when rates may rise. Villeroy says totally determined to stabilize inflation at 2%.
Order filled.
Iran's Arachi says Iran is not seeking war and wants a permanent end to the conflict. Iran's Arachi says Tehran demands a permanent end to the war and compensation for destructions. Furthermore, Villeroy says ECB not pre-committed to any rate path and that demand would suffer if inflation takes hold. Iran's Arachi says US is sending messages through different mediators. And Iran's Arachi says exchange of messages via mediators does not mean negotiations with the US.
This is what exactly I told you, right? Like sending messages that we want to talk, it doesn't mean there is negotiation happening. Negotiation is like on the table. Party A, party B talk to each other face to face. No, US is not losing the war. It is like how much money they want to spend, right? It is high cost. Like they can end it in one day. They can go and drop mother of all bombs and shut it down. All this.
Iran's Arachi says top authorities are reviewing the offered proposals and Tehran has no intention to hold talks with the US.
So yeah, these news are really bearish. Be careful, guys. Trend high, Pawan? No, it won't go to high. So look for 350, 60, 70, 80 maximum. I will just have one runner in case it crosses the 380.
Iran's Arachi says we did not seek war and we want to end it, but we do not want a ceasefire that allows the enemy to attack us again.
So it is right now reacting to the news headlines, right? All the news comments which are coming out.
Iran's Arachi says the US has failed to protect regional countries despite having bases in the region.
35, okay, 355, yeah. Oh, 355, yeah, you should be able to get 355, why not? So I have to leave early today. Let me call my wife and see what is the plan. But I might leave around 3:20, 3:15, guys.
According to the New York Times, Iran's attacks force US troops to work remotely. And furthermore, from the New York Times, some US troops in the Middle East relocated to hotels and offices. The dollar yen rises 0.5%.
Order filled.
We have posted the New York Times article on the feed for those interested.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
According to Axios, Trump rejected Netanyahu's idea to call for Iran uprising.
Order filled.